Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican for his service Latino. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Oh, for crumb's sake.
Good morning, welcome. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. And I'm a little bit late. I apologize. I do apologize. It's not an excuse, but I was reprogramming a router and took a little longer than I expected. So, all right. Welcome. Come on in, everyone. Come on in. Take your seats. Please be seated, everyone. Down in front. Greeners, welcome. First in chat today, Greeners. Saw you with some wonderful comments last night as well, Greeners, over on Runkle of the Bailey, where watching Ian's reaction was just absolutely incredible to what happened yesterday. Ian's amazing. Welcome, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Let's see. I think I know who the birthdays are. I think I know. Which is good because court. Yeah, we're gonna pay special attention to a couple birthdays here in just a second. If you give me just a moment, I've got to get something set up. That's not it. It's this one. Okay. There's the one. Bingo. Nope, still not the right one. Wait for it. Now we're good. All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Selena Ka. Today is my mom's birthday in heaven. Oh, Selena. What a wonderful memory day then. I'm sorry for your loss. I get to reflect back on many memories today. Greeners, I don't know why I thought it was so funny that today's A1 won across the New York Times' bitter bite. Well, if nothing else, they're current. They're current with the current affairs. What was the right answer? Data? Is it 4 across? That would be my Greeners. Unit? Unit is the right answer. Okay. I didn't have any of the other information. I know it was 4 letters. Did you see the press asking the Karen Reid team for a comment on the witness, and the Karen Reid said it's fraudulent? I did not see that, but yesterday was something else. It started off very good for the Commonwealth. It started off, it was nothing but blue skies for Brennan. And it ended picking up the shattered pieces of a destroyed expert witness on the stand. And it's one thing for a lawyer to just pick somebody apart and be mean. It's another thing for them to do it to themselves. And I think in this case he did it to himself. Mr. Burgess, who according to my observation, appears to have gone home and promptly either deleted or privated his personal LinkedIn, which I got screenshots of yesterday, but now good luck finding it. There's a new one out there that basically is a stripped down version that says his experience is like, I made Cat 5 cables in a classroom environment. I think it's a prank one. But so the first question from Mr. Alessi today just might be, so what'd you do last night? How's your evening? How's your LinkedIn profile doing? Is it still there? Yeah, I think the one that's up there is fake. It looks quite fakey. Just made yesterday. Let's see. Let's see. It was completely self-inflicted. That's the thing. And it's sad because, I mean, I'll give him this. He's a smart guy. Okay? He's a smart guy. He's good at his field. He's good at what he does. I think what he did is probably legitimate. But in this case, it's now been called into question because of how he did it. And how he did it started back in 2015 when he started working, or 2008 when he started working on his bachelor's. And it's continued to today when he's still working on his bachelor's. Why don't they ask him, what classes are you enrolled in now? When was the last time you took a class? How are your grades? Yeah. Anyway. All right, so we have a few things, but let's look at the birthdays. We have a few birthdays coming up. I know at least we've got Lego My Briefs, Special K, Miko, Ace of Swords. We missed you yesterday. We're going to get you today. I think there we go. I think that's it. If nothing else, we're going to sing those birthdays wishes and then jump right over to court because that's where we're going to start here in just a minute. We've got audio on. If something happens, you'll hear it first, and it'll interrupt everything. Let's see. So birthdays. Let's do this thing. Everybody stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back. Project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with your neighbor. Warm up with me, if you will. La 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 la. That's good. We're in tune. Everyone's ready. Here we go. Lego My Brief, Special K, Ace of Swords, and Miko. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Lego My Briefs, Special K, Ace of Swords, and Miko. Happy birthday to you. Let's see, let's add Riley on verse number 2. She said somebody's mom had a birthday, but I don't see the mom's name. Let's do Riley. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Riley. Happy birthday to you. Okay. I think we've got everybody. If there's anyone else, we need to know their name. It doesn't help that you're related to somebody who has a birthday. We need to know their name or we can't sing to them. That's the rules. Judy M., I heard the harmonizing. It sounded great. Oh, yeah. It's your birthday. Dancers doing the dancing thing. Riley, Lego My Brief, Special K, Ace of Swords, and Miko. Happy birthday. There are many wonderful days. Today is your special day. Heather Lay has a birthday. Okay, here we go. Next verse. We're getting to the end. We can't have many more additions. The song's almost over. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Riley, Heather Lay, and Lupus Warrior Mom. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Last one for Dawn. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dawn. Happy birthday to you. All right, we're going to do a big drum solo at the end of this little verse to finish off the birthday celebrations to all those who are celebrating today. Everyone grab your air drum sticks, sit down to your air drum set, and let's finish this in style. Beautiful, beautiful. Happy birthday to everyone who's celebrating the birthday today. I realize there are a million places, could be a million people you could celebrate with. We forgot Cher, who's 78. Happy birthday, Cher. A million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can turn some of that back to you, make your day a little more special, or begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Andy's Bar and Grill. It's actually just Andy's Grill. And I guess he needs to serve alcohol. Andy's Grill and Bob Evans. There you go. Happy birthday, everyone, to all who are celebrating. Any safe word today is sponsored by LinkedIn. Oh, my goodness. What a day. What a day, right? Now we really want pancakes, says Melissa. So did my car log this birthday drum solo? I have trust issues knowing how much my car is spying now. Trust me, it's in the log somewhere, Bree. We've got a record of this happening, and someone will be able to dig it out and do a chip off, and then you're going to be busted. So, where do we start today? Oh my goodness, Mr. Burgess, who might not be feeling well today. I'm just going to put this out there. He might not be feeling well today. Maybe the lengthy sidebar, which I anticipate will begin this morning, begin the whole thing, might give him time to feel better. My straight on canvas fuzzy. Thank you very much. I will unfuzz it. How about that? Is that good? Is that better? I'll make myself bigger so you can see me. Here we go. It's not that I'm copying everyone, but I was watching Ian, and I was watching Emily D. Baker, and I was watching Peter Tragos, and I said, you know what? Every single one of them is a wee bit bigger on their screen. Is that too big? I'm taking most of court now. It's a wee bit bigger. I'll be just a tiny bit larger. Just float down here. Is that all right? There we go. Just right in the corners where I want to be. Still have to be little man in the corner. I can't be the big man in the corner. Can't go that far. Jade, member for 11 months. One more month and you hit the year mark. Thank you for being so awesome, Scott. I love this community so much. Jade, thank you. Congratulations on the 11-month milestone. Rumor has it Hank will rest after Aperture. Oh, that's his big finish? His big finish is Aperture? No, obviously he's got the better guy second, but the second guy is basing his discoveries or his conclusions on the first. Ian had me dying. My sides are still sore. I had a good laugh, a good audible laugh listening to Ian, which was not good because Mrs. R.A. was sleeping. I say was sleeping. I think I woke her up by laughing. And unless he pointed out that Burgess knew that May 8th report says per your request. Yeah, we saw that. Oh my goodness. Dear prosecutor, per your request. It's basically, here is the revised information you requested. That's how I heard it, right? Brennan has to explain this to the judge because so far all Judge Cannoni knows is that Brennan said, this report came out of the blue. He knew nothing about it till it showed up in my box. I'm like, whoa, what's this? A gift from above. Huh, we'll take it. Apparently, even just one day, even just one day's notice, that's too much. The second guy is this guy's boss. Here's the thing. You ready? They're not supposed to talk to each other. How does that work? Now that they're sequestered and trial has begun, boss doesn't know that his subordinate just got eviscerated, if we can use that term, eviscerated in the previous testimony. He has no clue. And if he does know, how did you find out? Because you're not supposed to. Oh, man. LinkedIn has just reported they have one fewer user today than yesterday. Interesting. Wonder who that is. Yeah, Shannon's up first. And hope that per your request is discussed in open court this morning. I think it'll start as a sidebar, probably as a motion. Experts have billable hours, so they never work sua sponte. Sharkey, you're absolutely correct. And they also have defined work parameters. Here is what we want you to do. Produce XYZ deliverable. And you don't get hired as an expert and then just choose how many hours you want to put in. It's like, well, I'm done with my work, but you know what? I'm going to do it again. Ian used the example of a car repairman. Car repair shop is like, well, by the way, he brought in for an oil change. I took the liberty of changing your tires as well. Yep, they were new, but I changed them again. Now they're different tires. You don't do that. You don't, as an expert, you don't just go in and say, let me put in a few more hours of work. I'll send you the bill. There has to be a bill, right? He didn't this on its own. You feel like there should be more focus on the fact that Hank requested the report and he knew on the 7th. Education aside, this is outrageous. I think that is a problem. I don't know if it's a... If there was a mistrial leaning problem, I say leaning because I don't think it's strong, that would be one of them. I mean, that would be close to that. It would be a problem with what Mr. Brennan presented the court if he knowingly misled the court about this issue. That would be a problem. Especially, I would say, if he requested it, if he solicited the information and then lied to the court, that's mistrial material. I'm not saying he did. With everything else, that mistakes we have from this guy, I cannot necessarily trust that he actually talked to Brennan on the 7th. It could have happened on the 8th. He's like, hey, I'm sending a report right now. Could have been the same day. Mr. Brennan will explain it probably in a way that's satisfactory to Judge Cannoni's liking, and then we'll go on. Did you see the judge did a facial gesture to Commonwealth for an objection? It was so obvious. Belinda, I've seen a little bit of this. I didn't see the one from yesterday, but I've seen this before where somebody says the judge is signaling the other side. There's a point where the judge, as a referee, expects a call of foul from the other team and expects some to do something. And so they're watching like ping pong, and the other player hits it, and they look back and like, you can do anything? Because I don't do anything unless you do. And yes, that may be a signal. It may be like, oh, right, I'm supposed to do something. But it's not like if when my left eyebrow wiggles by itself, that means object and call for a break for the day. I don't think it was that level. I think it was more of the judge expecting or seeing that the other side would probably want to object to this and just looking for it. I think that's what it was. I'll have to look at the one last night and see if it was more than that. But the judge is a referee, and they get to know the teams they're reffing, especially in a long trial like this. So I'm giving her a little bit of grace and space on that one, but not a lot. Not a lot. I ordered more stuff. Amazon sucked me in this morning. I fixed the router. Amazon sucked me in. This same day delivery thing. I ordered a bunch more of these mic covers because you can only wash them so many times before they don't smell as fresh as they normally do. And so I ordered 4 more mic covers so I can get rid of these ones and keep it in here. I mean, you're talking to this all day long, and eventually it's going to smell like goldfish crackers. It's just a fact of the matter. Anyway, Welsh Lady reads, Scott, please tell my mom to stop cleaning and have a cup of tea. She won't stop, but I may have to get one. Love you guys. Welsh Lady reads, good to have you here. Mom, stop cleaning. Stop cleaning. And Nair has to klute till meazut. That's all I know how. That's all I can do. Welsh Lady. That's a Scottish thing, but it's as close as I've got. I don't have any Welsh. It's funny. I actually do have Welsh in me, a little Welsh in me, more than I thought. Fun story. I thought, like I was raised thinking that my grandpa was Norwegian. Strong Norwegian, sailed the seas, fishing, braving winters. Turns out, Grandpa was not my grandpa, and Grandpa was a Welsh hairdresser who was married to some other lady. There's a long story there. Family history is so much fun. We need to dig into it. Man, there's some good stuff. But I've got a little Welsh in me, so we'll cross off the Viking swords and circle the Welsh dragon on the history chart now. You're supposed to change your mic covers more often than it takes to get a BS. I do. I change them. I used to wash them because they do wash really well, and they're the most fun sponge to ever play with. Jeg kan ikke snakke norsk. I know more Norwegian than I do Welsh, but anyway, good stuff. Good stuff. Let's see. Them DNA tests bringing out all the skeletons. It's cool though. It's cool. I mean, I went on vacation. I've been to Norway twice to see my family over there. Little do they know, I won. I say won. I took second place in a beauty competition in Norway the first time I was there. I mean, I'm not saying I'm the best looking guy around, but apparently in Norway I rank pretty highly because while I was there, my aunt, she took a picture of me. This sounds bad. Took a picture of me catching crabs on the beach, like with a mussels, like on a yarn, a little mussel in the kelp, and holding up a crab, and I won second prize in a beauty contest. And you all think that's just a card you might draw on Community Chest or Chance on Monopoly, but I did it. I personally did it, and I have that claim to fame now. Every time I play Monopoly, it's like, I did win second prize. I lost to a bird's nest, which apparently was cuter, but I'm not sure if it was the crab or me that was. I caught crabs on Muscle Beach. That's what I heard. Yeah, it was close. Listen a little closer. It's picture, please. I am looking for that picture everywhere. Oh, I want it so badly. I think my mom has it. I hope. I want that picture. I'm wearing the cutest set of short boy shorts that almost reveal everything, and they're white and thin, and they're on the beach. Oh, I'm not sure if I can show you, actually, now that I think of it. I'm not sure I can show you that. TMI. I'm trying to remember how old I was. I was maybe 11 or 12, I think. Got to be around 11 or 12. Maybe 8. I don't know. I was just a kid, but the whole idea that you can just grab a mussel, like the mussels that people eat, that's what they have on the rocks. You just go out there and you grab them. Some people pay a lot of money for them. They just grow on the rocks like moss. Grab one of those and crush it, tie it with a yarn, and dip it down in the kelp like for 3 seconds, and then you pull it up, and there are crabs going nom 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 on it. All the joy was captured on my face. White short boy shorts. What did I get in the middle of? That's basically. I was still at the age where my parents were choosing my clothing for me. Let's put it that way. I was not like, hey mom, I want that one. It's got the dragon on it. I want the one with the dragon. No, I didn't. Five Boys mom, welcome to the gallery. She's like, what did I stumble across? Welcome. You can never leave now. You're here. You're here. I'll do my best to find that picture. I might have it in a box upstairs. I'll look. Okay. I cannot reenact the photo, please, because I don't have anything small enough to represent the shorts I was wearing at the time. Okay. Tidy whities are generous, considering everything. So, all right. Yeah. Let's see. Holly Mack says, my husband's watching. Alan, big shout out to Alan. Holly Mack, thanks for getting your husband watching up there in Canada. Watching now do the fiasco from yesterday afternoon. Oh, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good, and it's gonna start here any moment now because we're late already. Why would we be late? Let me think of reasons. Maybe the judge is reading emailed motions that she received this morning or late last night, and she just wants to review them before court starts. That's my guess.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at Sidebar.
There it is. I was told counsel wants to see me at Sidebar. Miss Kitty. Oh, Miss Kitty. We will keep you in our thoughts and prayers. Thanks for checking in. Thanks for letting us know. Doctors, the technology is amazing. We're hoping for nothing but the best and a quick recovery for you. And please know that we're thinking of you and pulling for you. So. Thank you. Miss Kitty, many people in this community have personally gone through something very similar, or are going through, or have gone through in the past. So you've got people here who understand what that means, and not just what it means as far as what the surgery entails, but the fear that goes into it and everything. So we're here for you. We're starting. Who's flicking the mic? Someone's like, what is that?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
Even on LinkedIn?
Said no or shook their heads.
Nobody went on LinkedIn?
Can we have Mr. Burgess, please?
Bring the sacrificial offering, says the judge. Okay, so who is flicking the mic? It's not a spinner toy. Mr. Burgess shows up in a pre-sweated suit.
You're still under oath. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Burgess,
All right,
where did your
Mr.
LinkedIn
Lassie,
go?
whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Burgess.
Morning.
On your direct examination yesterday, your experience was brought up in questions, correct?
Correct.
On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
There was no discussion in your direct examination about having certifications in Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I mishear?
No, if I misheard your question, it was...
I asked about certifications. I'll repeat it, sir, in case I misspoke. On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Yes, correct.
However, on your direct examination, no questions were asked of you at all about your supposed education, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bring up your educational background at all on direct examination, correct?
Correct.
A
forensic examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important?
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think they would be equally important in both, but yes.
But they're certainly important in a criminal case.
Correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter, as they matter and as you testified to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate, your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint presentation that you discussed extensively before the jury yesterday. Mr. Wool, could we please bring up slide 32 of the presentation Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday? And, Your Honor, with your permission to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Wool?
We'll try to let you see these as much as
And
possible.
we're going to go through a handful of slides,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess, to just give you a heads up. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe's residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Wool, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct, they are.
You prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
12:35:01, correct.
I'm sorry, thank you, 12:35. And according to your analysis, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Wool. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Ms. Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022 and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this timestamp is.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Wool. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Ms. Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Objection.
I'll let you have this.
Okay. Is your analysis down to, is your analysis on slide 36 accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
According to the Lexus.
Yes.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess, none of the 5 timelines that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all, and certainly not down to the second, Am I right or am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you aware, and if we could go back to the first slide,
Wrong.
which is slide 32, and we'll look at each of them quickly.
Sure.
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, not January 30th, 2022? Do you know that?
This is January 30th 2022.
That's
January 29th, correct.
It's January 29th, 2022. And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back.
Everything he touches turns to crap.
It's very, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident, yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Was it a copy-paste error?
Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct, yes, it is January 30th, yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this.
They're down to the second.
These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No, so these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoke and said the 29th, yes.
Okay. You understand my point?
Yes, I do.
The core basis of your job, your role in this case, is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
86,400 seconds.
But your discussion of the timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events, is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct,
But
yes.
my question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that, yes.
And that was your testimony yesterday, what you spoke about.
Yes.
Let's turn to a different topic. Lights up, if we could, and thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wolf.
No, Trooper Paul doesn't look so bad anymore. He was pretty good, come to think of it.
Actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies and, when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both a system timestamp and an external physical event to identify and correct timing discrepancies? Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
And how it's designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could, yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
And this is your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the tech stream event 1162.2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention 1162.2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct, yes.
Yes.
That's what he said.
Right, to Ms. Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All this stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
You guys are having some sound issues. YouTube does that occasionally. It's only for a couple of users. Usually refreshing will fix that if it sounds choppy or robotic.
Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit in order for identification?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Sure.
Did the BBB for ID?
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and then pick your head up when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
pick your head up line. Pick yourself up off the floor when you're ready for another meeting.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
I offer exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context.
see you at Sidebar instead of before?
Sidebar. Brennan sounds a bit defeated here. I mean, he's going for, we want the whole thing. Yesterday, he made the same objection, and the judge said, I'm going to give him just this part right now. I'll reserve on whether or not we let the whole thing in. So we'll see what happens here as well. The judge doesn't want to flood the jurors with useless information. But we'll see how she rules on this one. There's got to be some motions. And Amber, maybe if you can keep your ear to the ground. I'm not sure how busy you are today. Work has things. If there are motions filed about information we received through this witness or revelations of contacts that this witness has made, let us know. Good morning, Vicky. Good to have you here. Welcome. John says, plea deal incoming before the arrest, you think? Aside from this witness's personal baggage, the data they had, if they had a better person presenting it, is pretty strong. But now that data is tainted by the personal baggage. So John's family does not look happy. I would not be happy either with. I mean, here's the problem I have. Mr. Brennan made a filing to the court announcing that they were going to use this expert witness, and in that filing, he attached as an appendix the CV of Mr. Burgess, referencing the court saying, utilize the appendix to justify what we're asking for this expert witness. And in that CV, it says he's got this degree that he obtained from University of Alabama. That was never clarified. And if Mr. Brennan knew it was a problem, and I reckon he does because he didn't ask the witness about it at all. His expert
Your Honor,
witness.
at this time,
That's a
I
problem.
offer exhibit BBB into evidence.
Okay.
BBB, that is just one page. Brennan lost again. The judge is not happy with this. She's keeping out the whole report.
They represented to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr.
Because
Burgess, I have represented to you what is now Exhibit 189 in evidence. Ask you to, once again, take a look at it, and if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
Okay.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the three-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
You identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
This data in that exhibit,
I'm pulling it up. I'll let you know.
captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct, it does.
Mr. Wolk, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolk please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
So this data, just to reestablish, captures a precise moment in time that's easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of, reading in the far right-hand column, 2 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet, you failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the TechStream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that. This is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't believe so.
We'll come back to it. I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report. So, in your opinion, we can leave that up for a moment, please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast. With your Honor's permission, can we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report,
sure.
You indicated only this. The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:30:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes. Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down, thank you, Mr. Wolk. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra, yes.
Well,
correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question is...
Sustained.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm focusing on the, what would you like to call it? Do you call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure,
protocol.
we can.
I want to use whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
Slide's fine, yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 11:62 what he calls an infotainment event, you call a text stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely, absolutely. Could we publish what is in evidence? It was 188.
Okay.
And I'm also, sir, at your request, may I approach, please?
Yes.
At your request, I want to give you
Sure.
that, if we had 188, we'll just give them the actual marked exhibit. You know what we'll do? We'll use the slide. If you need an exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit and move it along. Please publish, Mr. Woke. Now, if we could enlarge the text, we don't need the map, so make that as large as you can, please, Mr. Wolk, in the relevant portions. All righty. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 1162-2, what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a text stream event, right?
Correct.
The 1162-2 text stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met, yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
Correct.
You we can take that down now, Mr. Woke. You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available, if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 11:62:2 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock, yes. Timestamp, yes.
So, but I'm going to repeat the question. The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 11:62:2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09?
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes, the unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. lock event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct, from the Lexus clock.
So, if we could go back, and we're going to toggle back, with Your Honor's permission, between these two slides for the next couple questions. If we can go back to and enlarge Dr. Welcher's slide. That 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 time period is what your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, chose and his slide analysis as the last user interaction, according to him, on John O'Keefe's phone, correct? That's what he chose.
Yes, the 12:32:09, yes.
Now if we could go back to and zero in, please. Now, but even Mr. Whiffin's report establishes additional activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the event chosen by Dr. Welcher, correct?
Correct.
And, in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a, quote, lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:2 text stream event identified by Dr. Welcher at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct, using the unadjusted clock.
I would like... Does Dr. Welcher at all use the words unadjusted clock in his slide, sir?
No, he does not.
Okay, what I'd like to do is ask you a question about whether, in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:2 text stream event at 12:31:38 to 12:43, as stated in your colleague's report, Dr. Welcher, the slide presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether a lock event on an iPhone requires human interaction?
Typically, yes, it would.
Is it just typically, or does it?
Well, it does, and in this case specifically, I believe it was via the lock button.
Correct, but this specific instance, the lock, it requires somebody, a human being, to actually press a button on the side, correct?
Unless it's auto-locking, yes, it requires a button press, yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe had an auto-locking function on it, sir?
No, as I said, he used the lock button.
Right. If we can enlarge that, do you see the end of health event 36 steps that we talked yesterday that was covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you see that occurring at 12:32:16 a.m.?
I don't believe we talked about that yesterday, but yes, I do see that.
Do you see it?
I do, yes.
And that's also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, do you see the entry pocket state detected at 12:33:14 a.m.? You see that, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what a pocket state is, sir?
I do know what a pocket state is.
Do you know when the pocket states occurred on the iPhone of John O'Keefe pursuant to your analysis of his phone?
I do not.
You didn't analyze pocket state detections on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not personally.
Do you believe pocket state detected data? Well, let me just go back and confirm. So you didn't analyze with any source pocket state detection information with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back and summarize for each of the ones you did look at and analyze that you just testified. Every single one of those that we just discussed, those user interaction events, occurred after Dr. Welcher claims a collision occurred as represented in a text stream event of 11:62:2 at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Do you understand? Let's, if we can go back, please, to Dr. Welcher's slide. Highlight the text again, please, Mr. Woke. Do you understand that Dr. Welcher is correlating the infotainment trigger 11:62:2 with an alleged collision? Do you understand that?
Objection.
Let's come to sidebar, please.
Unless he might have got as much mileage as he's getting out of this this particular witness. I don't know if he can use all of Dr. Welcher's stuff against this witness. I think he sort of run as far as the judge will allow. He got good mileage with really making this witness look terrible, and the mic drop moment with a report with the wrong date on it was off by 86,400 seconds, and the witness says it's accurate to the second. That was pretty big. Oops. But I think it is time to move on. This is heavy stuff as well. I don't think most jurors would be at the edge of their seats, following the nuances of the argument here when it's sort of going into Welcher's findings. I do think we're gonna get a flashback when Dr. Welcher's on the stand, especially on cross, from Alessi. I think Alessi's probably going to do the same question because it's the same type of testimony, where he's going to ask about Mr. Burgess and about the timing and everything. Yeah, Jana, I think we're going to get. I think Mr. Welcher is going to be sort of raked over the coals a little bit about this and about which was it. Are you off by 21 seconds, or were you accurate in your time? I do want to show you here while we're waiting for the judge to come back, the moment from yesterday. This is on replay really quickly. The moment from yesterday where Mr. Alessi was talking to Brennan to get the document in. This is the first time we see the judge. We're sort of going to pan through here. She does a little touch of the face here. Eyebrow tickle, swivel, 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 swivel. Talk, talk, talk. Judge is happy. Alessi starts talking. The judge thinks this is taking a long time. She checks her watch. What time is it? Let's see. Yep. She wants to go. It's late. She's rocking. She's swiveling. She's smiling. Big sigh. Do you see that? Big sigh from the judge, little smirk, and then this. I think this is what people are talking about. It's when I smirk and do this on my cheek, that means call it, and glance back, he, that was a fun joke. And then, okay, we've got a sidebar. So I think that's what it was. But no, I don't think it's a sign. That's nothing. I looked for it. You guys asked me to look. I don't think it was a sign. I think she just wants to be done for the day, like she does every day. Yogi, I was being facetious. Hopefully you caught the sarcasm there. I don't think it's a sign. She's been consistent every single day wanting to get out of there by 4. I'd have to go back and look at Peggy rolling her eyes. Let's see. I'm sure there were some times. Were they all in close-ups? Sidebar continues. A couple of people have texted me about the Aperture Google review that was made in Alan Jackson's name. Oh my goodness. There's people are very creative on the internet. It's also not real. Just know that there's a lot of stuff now. As soon as news breaks, anything that's newly posted on the internet comes into question. And so the new LinkedIn profile from Shannon B here on the stand is, I believe, fraudulent. Obviously the Google review of Aperture by Alan Jackson is obviously fraudulent. But funny. Greeners, you and me both. Pot, meat, kettle. Go back.
You can put it back up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Keep on showing it.
If we could go now, Mr. Woke, back to the slide from Dr. Welcher's slide presentation. And if you could re-enlarge the applicable section that we've had up before.
Re-embiggen. I'll get out of the way so you can read some of it.
Thanks for your patience, sure. Mr. Burgess. You have reviewed this slide and this specific data in this slide previously, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to, Mr. Woke, just go back to the slide so we're clear on what this is. So this slide here is what you're speaking about, right?
Correct.
And you've reviewed this slide prior to your testimony in this court, correct?
Correct.
And you considered this slide as part of your analyses that you have performed and testified about, correct?
Yes, I have.
So now, Mr. Burgess, I'd like to ask you a question. Every single one of the user interaction events that we talked about, steps, lock, etc., occurred after Dr. Welcher's, what he calls an infotainment event, which you call a tech stream event, in the range of 1231.38 to 1231.43, correct?
I would agree that yes.
So the answer is yes?
With the caveat.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you hadn't finished.
Sure.
Please finish your answer.
Yes, with the caveat that user interaction only applies to the device lock, steps, and the pocket state are not duplicative of user interaction per se.
Let's just assume that is the case. Let's then just focus on what you consider to be a user interaction, which is device lock, correct?
Correct.
And the device lock event that you agree is a user interaction, we could go back to that just so we have clarity. The lock event that you agree is a user interaction occurred at 12:32:09, according to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
In that 12:32:09 time period, we could go back to Dr. Welcher, it is after the end of the text stream event dubbed as 11:62:2, correct?
Correct. According
and that's 26 seconds. I didn't finish my question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So go ahead, finish your question. Don't answer, Mr. Burgess, until the complete question.
In that event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words in his own slide, occurs 20 seconds after the end of the text stream event 11:62:2, correct?
Of the unadjusted clock, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. Do you want the lights on, Mr. Leslie?
I'm going to keep that up. And so to repeat to alter it, hopefully make it a little clearer. Sure. So according to Dr. Welcher, the licensed engineers, your colleague at Aperture, his slide that he has here, the last O'Keefe cell phone event, the lock, occurred within approximately 26 seconds after the end of the text stream event dubbed 11:62:2. That's what's stated there, correct?
Correct, according to the unadjusted clock.
You keep adding according to the unadjusted clock, but do the words according to the unadjusted clock appear anywhere in that slide, sir?
No, they do not.
We can take that down and, with the court's permission, turn the lights back on, please.
Mr. Welcher must be frustrated.
Yesterday, you stated that you reviewed a presentation by another expert, Mr. DeSogra, who reviewed the findings of your January 30th report. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
In fact, in your May 8, 2025 report, your second report, your first being the January 30th report, you only cite 2 new sources of data that you reviewed before making your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
In this particular trial, the experts are still sequestered. They're not allowed to see other witnesses' testimony. Usually, an expert is allowed to watch, but in this trial, the Commonwealth argued that that would not be allowed. And now we go into a sidebar. Lindsay, lurker and lover for RFM. Thank you very much, Lindsay. 16 months. Welcome to the gallery. Man. do feel bad for the family. I do feel bad for the family being dragged through this. Oh, we've got a spam call. Kid you not, perfect timing. Hello? Hello?
Hi, this is Cynthia Davis. I'm with U.S. Funeral Expenses. How are you doing today?
Oh, good.
Okay, I'm with U.S. Funeral Expenses, and based on our records, it shows that you may qualify for a state-regulated final expense insurance plan that's going to cover 100% of your funeral, burial, and cremation expense. Are you between the ages of 50 to 80?
This is still hard for me to... I just got the news this was coming, and it's really hard for me to deal with, but I guess somebody has to make the decision.
Okay. Can I say something?
Yeah.
So let me tell you that we're not changing any prices or relationships that you have right now. Just going to give you the information as due to the pandemic, the prices have dropped down, and there's additional benefits. So for your future reference, you can just listen to the information. Is that okay?
There's not any future, though.
I'm sorry, what was that?
There's no future.
Okay. How old are you?
Who was the other person? Hello? It was an AI. It was an AI. I'm sorry. They're trying to kill me off. They're trying to bury me. Is there something you need to tell us? No. I hate just being called by people all the time. I hate it. I like to give them a hard time. Well, basically, what do you want on your tombstone? It's like, you're calling me to ask me that? No. All right. Do you see the text about the spicy dill flavored goldfish? Very few companies get dill right. Very few. Very few. Rest in peace, Dwayne. Dwayne actually did pass away by our best efforts to locate him, to let him know that we're answering phone calls on his behalf. Passed away numerous years ago. Let's see. Dwayne is no longer currently pending. It's true. All right. Mr. Wolf says, no, it's okay. You can have that one. Hands that up. Selena, I don't buy the big conspiracy thing that everyone in town was in danger. I don't buy the big conspiracy story either. I think, to my satisfaction, I'm satisfied with the conclusion that there was one player at the Massachusetts State Police level that was a bad actor. There were multiple players at the Massachusetts State Police level that knew better and should have done better. And there are a couple that are still playing the back of the blue, regardless of anything else. But I don't see a conspiracy.
May I proceed, Your Honor, and approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'm going to present to you two documents, each of which is marked for identification. The first is Exhibit CCC for identification. That is one slide out of what is marked as Exhibit DDD for identification. And Exhibit CCC is one page out of Exhibit DDD for identification. And I'd ask you, sir, to take a look at those documents and reference either one. And please
Alessi is winning.
Let
all
me
these
know, sir,
sidebars.
when you've had a fair opportunity to review those documents so I can proceed with questions about them.
Sure. Okay.
Sir, can you please read the exhibit designation on the entire slide presentation?
On DDD?
Pardon me?
On exhibit DDD?
And that's triple D as in David?
Correct.
So in exhibit DDD, is that the March 5, 2005 PowerPoint presentation of Mr. DeSogra that you spoke about extensively yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And sir, before you came to court yesterday, did you review and consider the exhibit DDD for identification?
Yes, I did.
And as a matter of fact, you spent considerable time with regard to exhibit DDD before you came to court yesterday.
Correct.
And in addition, isn't it the case that your testimony yesterday is that exhibit DDD, the March 5, 2025 slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, was part of the reason why you created your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer exhibit DDD, exhibit CCC into evidence.
Who came up with this?
Do not offer exhibit DDD at this time.
Okay. The witness just spoke of DDD, so why don't you have him just say what CCC is before we put it in?
I will do so, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Burgess, is exhibit CCC a slide page out of exhibit DDD?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now it'll...
Okay. So,
thank you for that, Your Honor. I now offer exhibit CCC for identification into evidence.
Yes.
Thank you.
So Mr. Alessi has successfully not only extracted a single page out of a report,
exhibit DDD for identification,
but extracted a single graph out of a page of the report.
Is it 190?
Parsing this down, as the judge has allowed him to do every time he wanted to today, over the Commonwealth's objection.
And sir, do you have before you read the three letters, please, just so we're on the same page in that exhibit?
EEBB
That's the one that's in
CCDDEET.
the one page.
V. That's what I think that's something like that.
Yes. Exhibit 190.
And that's the entitled All Possible Combinations?
Yes, it is.
So we'll refer to that as exhibit 190, okay?
Okay.
Have you had a fair opportunity to refresh yourself on that one-page chart?
Yes, I have.
When he looks down, he's
Your Honor,
reading
may
our
I
chat on the
please
screen.
publish exhibit 190?
Yes.
And if we could enlarge it without... I think, Mr. Wolk, we can obscure for the moment the all positive on the right and come back to that as needed.
A little more. Oh, so close. Okay, now I have to move.
Thank you.
Oh, key cycles?
Now, Mr. DeSogra, who is an expert for the defense, took the data points you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis that I was referring to in previous, correct?
Correct. For a lot of data points that do not apply for the time of the accident.
I understand you may have a view as to whether they apply or not. I'm just trying to understand what you understood he did.
Again,
I'll repeat. Yeah, yes.
So we'll strike the comment part and just a question,
I'll repeat
please.
and just go to the question. So you understand that Mr. DeSogra took the data points that you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis, correct?
In my report, in addition to Dr. Welcher's.
Right, in addition to Dr.
Correct.
Now, what I want to do is just elucidate the columns and their meaning.
Word.
So, the column on the right equals the number of
That's this one here. I'll show you.
seconds, and it's the far right, the number of seconds between the end of the 11:62:2 text stream event that in the slide of Dr. Welcher is ending at 12:31:43 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone that's occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
Correct.
And that's your understanding of that column as well?
Correct.
Now, even taking your colleague Dr. Welcher's assumption that the last user interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred at 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022, is Mr. DeSogra demonstrating in this chart that by using the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30 report, there are no circumstances where the trigger event of 11:62:2 occurs before the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
After.
Sustained. There's one part of your question that needs to
Okay.
be omitted.
Cross out one of the words.
In terms of this chart, do you agree that the methodology and application of it of Mr. DeSogra is that Mr. DeSogra took the last user interaction data point of Dr. Welcher in his slide of 12:32:09 and applied the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30th report? Do you agree that that's what Mr. DeSogra did?
No, I do not.
What do you believe Mr. DeSogra did here?
Well, so the math is correct. So when he's trying to adjust clock variances between the two devices, that math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get at is just what you understood Mr. DeSogra did in this chart.
Correct. I did understand, yes, what he was trying to do.
And so do you agree, based upon what Mr. DeSogra did as represented in this chart, there are no circumstances where the 11:62:2 text stream event occurs? Well, let me have you describe what you believe Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart, the 11:62:2 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock, but he does that inaccurately.
Well, I understand you have I understand your comment. But my question, sir, is this. What do you understand Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to this chart? Do you understand what he is doing in this chart?
He's going to keep that
correct.
I'd just like you to state what it is you understand he is doing.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust timestamps.
He's trying to adjust timestamps. In adjusting timestamps, do you agree that Mr. DeSogra makes the point with this chart that there are no circumstances where the 11:62 trigger occurs before the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Sustained.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Let me see if I can clarify this in this my question.
Sure.
Do you understand that what Mr. DeSogra is doing in this chart is he is showing numerically and arithmetically that there are no circumstances where the text stream event 1162.2 occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it in that form.
Yes, I understand he's trying to show that.
Right. Well, he did more than try. Isn't that what he, by his math, that he is demonstrating?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, but it is inaccurate.
I understand. But that's, again, the question is that what he demonstrates using this chart?
Yes.
And what he demonstrates is that Mr. DeSogra demonstrates that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 trigger event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, inaccurately.
So,
unless he's going nuts.
I'm asking what Mr. DeSogra demonstrates in this report, and isn't it correct that Mr. DeSogra, using this math, Mr. DeSogra demonstrates and concludes that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 text stream event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Does that demonstrate that?
Yes, inaccurately.
Okay.
So let's.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor. I'm going to move on.
Says the guy
And
who everything he's touched has been inaccurate.
Methodology and approach of Mr. DeSogra is simply math that he's using, correct?
No, it's not simply math.
Well, let's go to the clock variance values in the middle column on that chart. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Those are, as of March 5 of the date of this, that this column was created, nothing in that middle column is new, is it? That data?
Yes, some of that data is new.
Well, the source data upon which it is created is not new, is it?
No, it is not.
All right. So the source data of that column, it's not new.
Correct.
And the middle column uses your data points from your January 30th report, correct?
No, not all of those are.
But it does use some of the data from your January 30 report, correct?
Yes, it does.
Is the reason that you did not take that final analytical step that we've been talking about in your January 30th report, and this is a question, is the reason you failed to take that final analytical final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that if you calculated the actual time of the 1162.2 text stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the text stream event.
No.
So you deny that?
Yes.
Okay, let's see.
Did you keep your January 30, 2025 report purposefully vague by merely noting a clock skew without engaging in any further analysis, such as tethering that clock skew or otherwise connecting it to the text stream event in Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
No, I did not.
switch to another topic. Take that down. Thank you, Mr. Vogt.
About LinkedIn.
After reviewing, and I'm going to identify 3 timelines. After reviewing the timelines, the timelines presented by Dr. Welcher, 1, Mr. DeSogra, 2, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, 3, all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before that last user activity, the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8, 2025, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, so I issued the supplemental report based on that presentation that you just had up.
Well, before you issued that report, isn't it correct that you had reviewed the time data of Dr. Welcher in the slide that we've been reviewing?
Not before that time, no.
You had not looked at Dr. Welcher's slide with a text stream event 1162.2 and a time for that before issuing your May 8th report?
No, yes, before my, sorry, misheard you, yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
So let me just ask you a question.
Sorry.
Sure.
So it is correct that before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, that you had reviewed that slide of your colleague Dr. Welcher on 1162.2 that establishes the text stream event as 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed it before your May 8th report.
Yes.
You also reviewed before your May 8th report the slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, correct?
Yes, I did.
And before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, you also had reviewed the January 2025 report of Mr. Whiffen, correct?
Correct.
Each one of and all of those 3 established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
I'm going to allow it if that's what, let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps, yes.
Let me ask my question again, and if it's not clear, please let me know.
Sure.
After reviewing what we've discussed, prepared by Dr. Welcher, Mr. DeSogra, and Ian Whiffen, each and all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8th, 2025. Is that statement I just made correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's take a look at your May 8th, 2025 report. You departed in your May 8th, 2000. Do you have that report in front of you?
I do, yes.
Do you need a moment to look at it, or are you ready to take questions?
No, go ahead.
Thank you. You departed from your analysis. Let's start it this way. In this May 8, 2025 report, you departed from your analysis in your January 2025 report to reach a conclusion that would attempt to put the 1162.2 text stream event after human interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
No, I did not depart from my original report. I clarified.
Okay. So you didn't depart from it, but you, in your May 8th report, but your position is you clarified it.
Correct.
But isn't it correct that in your January 30, 2025 report, you did not address at all whether the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before or after the last user event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you did that in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
You don't call that a change, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
You call that a clarification?
I do.
In your January 2025 report, you compared call log entries between the infotainment system on the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to determine a potential variance, correct?
Correct.
And call logs are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare?
Correct.
Now, in your May 8, 2025 report, you abandoned the call log analysis from your January 30th, 2025 report, correct?
No, I did not abandon it.
But you did depart from it, at least in some respects, correct?
I did not depart from it. I used another method.
Okay.
Didn't depart from it. Did something else.
So you used another
I deviated.
method.
Correct.
In your May 8, 2025 report, you opined, as I understand it, that the call log variance has been ignored because, in your words, this offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the alleged collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other time frames as stated in the initial report. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, please show the jury, in your January 30 report where you ever made that statement.
Mr. Alessi is not known for chasing ghosts. I'm guessing he's not going to be surprised by an answer from the witness at this point.
Sure. So that would, it's not worded exactly like that, but that would be in conclusion 5.
And conclusion number 5 is on page 37 of your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
And you concede at least as much that at least different words are used in paragraph 5 in your January 30th, 2025 report, correct? Correct. And your position is that...
I did not hear his answer. His mouth moved, but I didn't hear what he said.
It's the same statement as in your May 8th, 2025 report? Because that's my question.
That is correct.
In your May 8, 2025 report, instead of applying the offsets from the call logs, which are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare, as you stated just moments ago, you decided to use, in your words, quote, approximate time of the 3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Isn't what you did and we just discussed a classic example of confirmation bias, which is to be avoided in science?
No, it is not.
So you believe that that is not confirmation bias?
No.
Choosing the 3-point turn as the independent data source is the only way you could ever get the text stream event to even possibly occur after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That adjustment is the only adjustment that can be applied due to the data, yes.
And that adjustment is the only thing that can be done to get the text stream event 1162.2 to occur after the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that only one is the one that you chose, correct?
Correct.
And that's only because it's not a pinpoint in time. It's
a range.
An amorphous range that can only, in your words, be approximated, correct?
No, that is because it is the only time adjustment in that time range that can be applied.
So it's your view that that's the only one that can be applied, but it is even what you're using is, in your words, an approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event?
After. Can you repeat that question?
Yes, I can. Isn't the shortcoming in your analysis, sir, that your analysis ignores the additional user activity on John O'Keefe's device, his cell phone, that occurred after the lock event?
No.
Well, let's take a look at events that, you tell me if I'm correct or not, occur after the text stream event 1162.2.
Sure.
So do you recall our discussion yesterday about the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that that occurred at 12:32:16?
Yes, I do.
And that's after the text stream event of Dr. Welcher that he put in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you also recall a Doppler pocket state detection at 12:33:14? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that is almost an entire minute after the 1162.2 text stream event that is identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide presentation, correct?
Correct. And neither one of those are user interaction.
I understand but let's just take one of them.
Sure.
And that is the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet at 12:32:16. Would you agree that those steps covering that distance is human activity, at least? Would you agree that's human activity?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's take a look at opinion number 7 in your initial January 30th, 2025 report. And sir, tell me when you had a fair opportunity to locate that.
Okay.
Mr. Leslie, meanwhile, is making a paper crane at the lectern.
You concluded to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that, quote, the infotainment module power on events were on average recorded 3 seconds after the ignition release or finger off, correct?
Correct.
That means that your own testing requires an offset of -3 to account for a delay in the power on of an infotainment system, correct?
Correct.
That increases the time between the text stream event 1162.2 and the iPhone lock event by 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You testified about this same 3-second discrepancy yesterday during your direct examination in connection with your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not mention this offset of 3 seconds in your May 8th, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not. Can I explain?
Mr. Brennan may have questions for you with regard to that. So nowhere in your May 8, 2025 report did you include the 3-second offset that you discussed in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, sir, nowhere in your May 8th report do you even discuss why you're not addressing that 3-second, do you?
I do not discuss it, but it is that offset is adjusted within the adjustment that we do with the 3-point turn.
I understand. My question is simply, there's no discussion in your May 8, 2025 report how or why you're not discussing that 3-second offset, correct?
Correct.
I've got a next section, Your Honor, if you would like me to move into it.
So why don't we keep going?
Okay.
She says, yes, please.
Sir, a text stream data event like 1162.2 does not, well, let me back up this way. You testified on direct that you're involved in accident reconstruction. That's part of the work that you do, sir?
No, that is not part of the work that I do.
Well, let me clarify then. Do you at all understand whether there's an issue as to whether a collision actually occurred in this case? Do you understand if that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sir, do you have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it?
Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no on that.
No, I do not.
So you have no idea what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case, was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you generally understand?
Objection.
Sustained.
What understanding do you have after reading Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it different. Sustained.
Do you have any understanding? Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Mr. Leslie's like, okay, Judge, if you want me to use a certain magic word to ask this question, you're going to have to tell me what the magic word is, because I've tried all the ones except for what if any. If I need to say what if any, I'll say what if any. But I need to get this answer from the witness. This may be the time for the mid-morning break. I think what if any would have got him there. There's just like one little hang up. You could tell in the judge's voice the way you asked it. Ask it differently, Mr. Lally. She just needs a what if any. All right. So good morning. I don't know if Mr. Alessi is going to go back and ask the witness about what he did to LinkedIn last night, because it's not there anymore. Although if you go over to the Discord page and you're curious about what was on LinkedIn, I did send the screenshots of Mr. Burgess's official Accenture link, well, his personal Accenture profile. Yeah, I was able to open it. I've got it. I read through it. I sent that over. He's still on the Aperture website. He's there. The LinkedIn link was the first thing that broke because he changed his name on LinkedIn. Changed his name, which changes the URL, so the link no longer points there. So if you copy and paste, or if you right click on the link for the LinkedIn on the Aperture website for Shannon Burgess, you can see that the link was there. Now the link points to nothing because the name change changes the link. So that's how he broke that. That was not something the company did. Then as soon as he got off the stand, or shortly thereafter, yesterday, he went ahead and either privated or just full on deleted his LinkedIn account. It's a gone. You can't find it. There are some other people that reference him. There's some things, where he's got some name. You can search and find some stuff that he's done. I mean, he spoke at the SAE 2025 Expo, whatever, as a primary speaker about the using Apple phones in crash data or something like that. So he's done some expert speaking. I'd love to get a copy of that speech, because if it started, it's like, "Hey, U of A alumni unite!" If he started out like that, that'd be interesting. But his LinkedIn. So he changed his name on LinkedIn, or in Aperture. In LinkedIn, Laurie changed his name for. I'd have to look. He changed it to Shannon B instead of Shannon Burgess. He went to Shannon B. Kept the heading with Aperture and everything else. And all this is available over on Discord if you want to download this in the documents section for this trial. But in changing your name, it gives you a different URL. It would be like me changing the channel name from Recovery Addict to, Discovery Addict. Suddenly we have a new name, and YouTube would probably give me a different URL for that. And then any link that pointed to the channel would not work. Even though I'm still here, I just called it something else, but the address has changed. So, Recovery Edict, yes. It's a supplement. He supplemented his LinkedIn. I did not screenshot the entire LinkedIn profile. I probably should have. Only got a couple pages of it, but Red Pen. This was my second option. If you remember, early on, we talked about possibly changing the name to not be confused with those who are in addiction recovery, because we get a lot of, if you search for me on YouTube, that's like, hey, there's help out there, there's support. You're not alone. That's the first thing you get. Have you looked at archive or way back? No, Kurt, I have not looked at either of those. Do they have it for LinkedIn specifically? I guess the web version of LinkedIn. I was using the app. Could try that. He clarified his LinkedIn. Virginia, what happened here was don't dare change your name. What happened here was interesting. This poor guy, and I say poor guy because I think he's going to be out of a job soon. Not because of what Alessi did, or not because of what anyone online has said, but there's some things you can't do at your job. Okay, and let's start at a basic level. If you get caught spitting in someone's burger at McDonald's, you're going to get fired. Okay, you can be late. That's fine. You can paint your hair purple. That's fine. You spit in someone's burger, you drop something on the floor and serve it anyway as fresh food, and you get caught doing that, you're going to be fired. Other chains might promote you. I'm not going to name any names, but you can't do that. Okay, there are certain things you can't do as a teacher, or you're going to get fired. As a lawyer, if you get caught practicing law without a law license, there's problems for you. That's a career-ending move. Okay, and when it comes to experts, when you lie about your educational background, that's a career-ending move. That's just it's a bridge too far in this specific career. Now, in McDonald's, You could go in there like, yeah, I've got a high school diploma, but I don't. And they're like, hey, look, you show up, you make a dang good Big Mac. Yeah, we'll let that slide. It's not the same here. It's not the same. Lie by omission is still a lie. There's a definition of lie that I really like. Let's see if I can find this. All right. It had something to do with saying or doing anything with the intent to deceive. But the inverse of intentionally allowing a deception to persist was somehow included in the same way. But anyway, looks like we're going to be told we get to go to break now.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Mr.
Yes,
Burgess.
sir.
I would like to go back to the line of questioning I was starting, and that is I would like to discuss with you, and I'll start with your conclusion, and I'm going to reference your May 8th, 2025 report, sir. If you could turn to the conclusion section of your report,
I think at
which
the end of
is
trial.
on
End of trial.
page 7. And I'm going to start with, and I may just end with, we'll see conclusion number 1. Please take a fair opportunity to read that. Pick your head up when you have concluded that fair reading.
Okay.
Now, that paragraph 1 states, under conclusions, you say the following can be stated to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. 1, as noted in my initial report, the only call logs that can be used to compare and synchronize the clocks between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone are those occurring between 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., which occur approximately 5 hours after the collision. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in your report.
Same report?
Yes, sir, same report, May 8th. And I'd like you to turn to page 3.
Okay.
And if you could go to the 4th full paragraph that begins with 2 events near the time. And let me know, sir, when you're there. And if you could read that paragraph, pick your head up after you've had a fair opportunity to read it.
Keep saying pick your head up because of the beat down, I think.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, you state 2 events near the time of the collision were recorded by the Lexus system as identified by Dr. Welcher and referenced by Mr. DeSogra. The first event, labeled Techstream Event 1162-1, is associated with a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest Road. The second event, labeled Techstream Event 1162-2, is associated with a reverse maneuver on Fairview Road. These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these 2 events are based on a combination of the Lexus infotainment power on event and Techstream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of Techstream events, 1162-1 and 1162-2?
Yes.
And you are talking about that Techstream event in the same paragraph as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph part of the basis for that conclusion 1? Is this sort of like some predicate analysis for conclusion number 1?
No, it is not.
So it has your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion 1?
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of a collision and a tech stream event. Let's go back to paragraph 3. You see, you mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
I'm sorry, I just had paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page 3.
Yes, page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at. Paragraph 4.
Yes, sorry, yes, I do say collision.
You see the use of the word collision.
Yes.
And again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying tech stream events 1162.1 and 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports.
And whose crash reports?
The Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts State Police reports to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report, no.
And as a matter of fact, this is the first time, this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
No, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Okay. Your statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to. It is not your conclusion that every tech stream data event means that there is a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So isn't it correct that you can have tech stream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a tech stream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register a tech stream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to tech stream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
Correct.
We will come back to that. So you would agree, again, that a tech stream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A tech stream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A tech stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications databases and not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If you could rephrase.
Sure. A tech stream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so it's Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Lessie?
Yes.
Okay. Folks, we'll take our morning recess, so it's just 20 minutes.
All rise, please. Judge, close your notebooks and follow me.
Close your notebooks and follow me. Meanwhile, he's frozen. Frozen in time. Don't know why he's frozen, but we'll come back to him. All right. How come his mouth wasn't moving? I don't know. He was frozen there. We could hear him. I'm on the crashdata.dot.mass.gov app website, trying to pull up the specific crash. They say it happened at 12:33 is what happens in Canton. That's the time that the crash data reports. If I look at all accidents from the 28th of January 2022 to February 1st of 2022 in Canton. Then visualize the results. There we go. We got one accident. They list as a non-fatal injury, but the crash time of 12:33 a.m. Crash number 5066898. And it does definitely show 34 Fairview Road. Property damage only. Non-fatal injury. It was actually fatal. At the time they did the report, it was non-fatal. Let's see what other data we have on this one. State police, local police. Age of driver, 34 to 44. Happened between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. The finding, contributing factors, nothing listed. It is geocoded. No light conditions listed. Does show it was a pedestrian. Road surface condition not reported. Lots of blanks. Weather conditions not reported. This is the police. The Massachusetts State Police report. The hit and run, no hit and run, it shows. This is a crash report he used. Also interesting that they put it as the street number was 66 Fairview Road, and then in the notes they say 300 feet south of 66 Fairview Road. 300 feet south of 66 Fairview. We're not going to use the actual address because that puts the wrong person's name in the report, and we don't want that to happen. So let's just say 300 feet south of 66 Fairview Road. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Level terrain. Crazy. Yeah, let's see if I can get you guys the list. Let me paste that. Paste? No. Okay. I'm looking at apps.crashdata.dot.mass.gov/CDV. That's a lot. Let me see if I can type it in. I can't copy and paste from one machine to another, apparently, because all the copy and pastes were used up by Mr. Burgess. Okay, so there's the link. Well, you might have to copy and paste that into your browser, but that's where I'm at. And you can search, plug in the date, and you can see the Massachusetts crash data yourself. Going back to 2022, which works out beautifully for us in this particular case. So did the police make this report after they decided to blame Karen? Let me see if I can see what the time of the report, if that's in here. Crash date 129. Crash time. No, the time of report's not there. What does this say? Deceased not caused by crash. It is also in their report. Fun stuff. Dog Lover, the Maya trial has gone really quiet because it's all in closed room meetings. Don't know where it's at right now. Yeah, Red, if you go to that link and search for the accident, I suggest you search by date, have a narrow, like 2-day date, because there are only 5 or 6 accidents in Canton during those days, and look for the one that says it's a non-fatal injury crash. You got it? Awesome. It's fun to do a little digging sometimes. But these are the reports, or this is the data that Mr. Burgess used to get the information about there being a collision. So, And a police report doesn't necessarily mean everything's right. This is not a full. It's not the completed investigation. It's not the report that's turned in when the case is closed. It's basically, here's what we think at the beginning. But it is interesting to see. Solo police report. What the most interesting thing I see on this is the address. They've got the geolocation right, but when they went to file the address, instead of saying 34 Fairview, they say 66 Fairview, and then in the notes say 300 feet south of 66 Fairview. Why don't we just put it down the street a little ways and then get, about a football field away? Let's give that address. Because when we start running reports about fatal injuries and people dying, we don't want it to come back to 34 Fairview. 66 Fairview, we don't know that guy. He's fine. Pin it on him, on his house. They didn't want to show someone's address a name. Well, they showed someone's, just not the right ones. We're at break right now, the morning break. Here's what I'll say. Today, the judge has been true to her word and given Mr. Alessi the opportunity for a very in-depth and vigorous cross-examination of the witness here, Mr. Burgess. And as in almost every situation, I would say except for the very last one, has sided with Mr. Alessi. Specifically, most of the objections that the Commonwealth provided or presented today had to do with Mr. Alessi admitting a single page or an excerpt from a single page of a report into evidence. And the judge, over the objection of the Commonwealth, said it's okay to just admit just that one page. That's why we got AAA and CCC and DDD and everything else, just little tiny slivers of presentation shown to the witness and admitted as evidence. Now, it could mean two things. It could mean that the judge says, I'm looking at this, and this is bad, and I won't allow this evidence in down the road because of the foundation especially educationally, that that it was not laid properly. So it's possible she could do that. That, you know, we have well, the foundation was laid properly, but because we have this problem with the witness, we're not allowing it in. Or she could just be saying the whole thing's coming in later, and we're just not going to let it in with this witness. We just, for this purpose, we only need this little bit. Either way, Brennan doesn't like it, and unless he's winning. So lots of winning going on that way. I want to see what Mr. Brennan tries to salvage from this witness. Is he just going to throw him under the bus and be like, look, you screwed up about your education, but you got your math right. Yeah, you're hosed in the future, but, you know, even a broken clock's right twice a day. I don't know what he's going to try to say here in questioning and clearing up. I think the smartest thing would just be like, no questions, and move on. Just get this guy off the stand. His explanations of wrong sizes, wrong times, and wrong degrees. Almost every document that we have that has his fingerprints on it has an issue, and a sizable one. All right. Danger of doing redirect, is that would open up for recross? All right. What did I miss? Morgan. More of the same. More secondhand embarrassment for this witness, Mr. Burgess, Shannon Burgess, who last night, I guess, decided that LinkedIn is not serving his purposes as well as he would like, and appears to no longer be an active member on the public side of that platform after being ripped apart by Mr. Alessi for having false information on his LinkedIn account. And he also, I will tell you this, when I looked at, let me see if I can show you really quickly. I need to put my phone on Do Not Disturb so I don't accidentally show people's text numbers. Let's see. Where's our camera? Give me camera 3, please. Please. There we go. All right, camera 3. When we look at Mr. Burgess's, I can't make it any bigger than that. That's terrible. When we look at his LinkedIn page as it appeared yesterday while he was testifying, which is when I took this screenshot. Digital forensic expert, hardware hacker, mystery solver. He indicated, and this is verified, he's got the shield and the check mark. He indicated that or he indicated on the stand that he didn't know why the link didn't work anymore from his unless he said, are you notified that one of us searched it? Did you see Alan Jackson has looked at your profile? Oh, now it's going away. I don't know why. And when you did see that, did you change your name to try to hide your identity somewhat? And he said, no, I didn't. Well, something changed. Something changed. It's not the same as it was anymore. Hardware hacker, don't know the difference between bit and byte. Yeah. I'm not believing his answers now, is where I'm at. I'm not believing that he didn't watch Ian Whiffen, his testimony, and then immediately provide an explanation that would account for the differences that appeared there. I'm struggling with this witness, and as much as I love the data and I loved what he testified to from a data perspective, when our devices tattle on us, it's really fascinating to look at that. Now I have to question: can I believe that the hexadecimal code he shows me on the screen means what he says it is? That's the question the jury has to look at and say, Do I believe that now? They bought a Lexus. They bought an identical Lexus to the one Karen Reed had, specifically for this testing. They've spent a fair amount of money, and the Commonwealth has paid out a fair amount of money. I think he gets charged at, what is it, $325 an hour for his services, something like that. Aperture should just go with error 404 and call it a week. Page not found. Yeah. Drama Llama, I think we're getting close to the end of the cross on this. I know Mr. Brennan is salivating to try to save something from this witness because he has another witness who depends on this witness's findings. Mr. Welcher depends on those findings, or will depend on them. He has to build them. He told the judge, I can't take him out of order. I need this guy to go first because of what we're going to ask Mr. Welcher. Now, with this guy being emasculated, I don't know, eviscerated, what I don't know which word is most appropriate here, but being made to look professionally inept through testimony. How do you save that? And then, while still admitting the education, if Mr. Brennan gets up on cross and all he does is say this, right? Yes, okay, no further questions. That's basically waving the white flag on everything else. Discredited, that's a big word. Castrated, that's painful. Completely discredited, decimated, unexperted. Just imagine how the doctor coming next feels. Well, the doctor coming next, if he's a professional that has followed his guidelines, it's my understanding that even with the other witnesses from his own company, he cannot discuss this case. He should not have been watching anything. He may come in completely blind. Even though he's this guy's boss, he might not know anything that happened yesterday. And that's going to be exciting as we get to watch his reaction to learning what we learned yesterday. That's going to be really, really interesting to see. Been very, very good at beating the defense to the punch when it comes to these mic drop moments, and now he has to work in a lot more with Mr. Welcher. It's like, by the way, were you aware that, I mean, what is he doing? Impeaching his own witness. Were you aware that Mr. Burgess had resumes that falsely claimed he had a degree at a certain date, but he didn't have? Coming from the prosecution, is that what he's going to do? Anyway, that's going to be a spicy moment, and cross for him is also going to be spicy. Does anyone know if Welcher suggested Commonwealth use this guy since he is his boss? I don't know if Welcher suggested it, but I mean Accenture. I keep saying Accenture, and I'm sorry. They're a legitimate company that I actually worked for briefly. Aperture. I'm sorry, Accenture. Aperture does still tout this guy as an expert. If you go and say, hey, I need some crash analysis from device data, which professional should I pick? They're still recommending Burgess. He's a lead on that. Accenture has a lot of lawyers. Completely different company. They don't do any expert testimony. They just fill government contracts. Fish Farm Family, you all speculated on if you watched testimony and discussed with Hank is logical. However, same rules apply to both sides. Are you wondering the same about ARCA and deleted messages and encrypted app comms? Fish Farm and Family, I think that's a fair question to ask. I would say with ARCA, the worst looking part of that was going to be when they used Signal to talk to each other. That looks weird for me. It looks weird, but we don't have the falsified information with them. We have a a track record with them that shows that what they said was true, and they couldn't say anything unless the federal government, who hired them initially and who paid for the findings initially, they had no dog in the fight. They were a third party. And literally, the defense got to go in and say, hey, we've got this expert who did all this evidence. We can subpoena them. And then have them just give this stuff, to which we didn't have to do anything. They fell in our lap. And I think that was more believable because we have the federal government record involving that and their interactions that way that support that. And like any good company would, after the fact, they're like, hey, you used us. We're going to bill you. And they did. So defense had to pay up. They didn't get a freebie on that one. I remember Accenture didn't Adobe buy them. I don't think so. The Accenture I know was more of a government contracting company. Aperture's a big company, right? Aperture's big. And I think Mr. Welcher might be fairly high in the Aperture business structure. I don't know how high, but it's my understanding. He's got a PhD and everything else. He's up there a little ways, so it'll be interesting to hear his take on. Has HR talked to you about this? So, let's see. Signal and the payments, but saying they didn't get paid is weird for me. Jen, it was weird, and I wanted answers too. And I think Judge Cannoni was right to be upset and have concerns. Signal is still weird, but it's not. There was no wrong with it. It was just different. And different is, that might be enough for somebody to raise an eyebrow and say, I'm not buying it. For me, I did find that the answer was sufficient in that case. I don't think that's a double standard. I think I applied a scrutiny on that one as well. But it's interesting. What have I missed? Barb, it's been a little bit fun this morning. Welcher is the executive vice president. I knew he had a ranking position there. Bug, the unadjusted clock Duggar. Love the name. You might be stuck with this for a while, Bug. I think you've changed your name a couple times recently. Off topic, but I'm past the halfway mark of being in my turtle shell back brace. Oh my goodness. I can sit up for 30 minutes at a time now. I miss spending all day in chat with my RA family. Thank you again for all the thoughts and prayers. Bug, it's always on topic. Thanks for giving us the updates. We're keeping you, and we've got several people in the community in our thoughts and prayers as they're going through some not fun health moments, which hopefully will lead to wonderful, healthy moments in the future for all of you. Best wishes for you there, Bug. Thank you very much for the super chat and your huge support of the channel as well. A lot of people saying the signal isn't weird to me, secure and prevents people from spying on you. Right, but as an individual, I'd say that's fine. But when it comes to lawyers doing it, a lawyer's written communications with an expert witness are discoverable by the other side. So there's that. Ian says he uses Signal. What time are they supposed to be back? Probably in about 5 minutes. Let me see how long they've been gone. Using the replay machine to see how long they've been gone. Let's see. It's been recording for 2:21 and yeah, so about 20 minutes. So any second now. Any second now we're over the 21-minute mark. They switched it after they were notified to save everything. They were notified to save every email, and I know it's semantics. But you can't be upset at the defense for how they talked with their side when they literally were compliant, and then at the same time give like the Bryans, the McCabe's, and the Alberts a pass on destroying their phones the day before an instruction came out telling them to save everything, and doing it in the way they did. There's some fishiness on both sides. And then I'm just going to distrust anyone who's using an iPhone. I think they're a bit dodgy, says Badal. It's the iPhone users. They're all trouble. I'm one of them. Let's see. Purely coincidental, says Genjo. On the same day. Is it a different app for highlights? What are you talking about on the highlights? As far as the replay machine? I'm when I say that, I'm talking about just the device I have here on my desk that allows me to manipulate and watch. So if you use watch up there in the corner, I can scroll through and rewind and play different moments and pause and slow motion, various things using that. That's locally done here on my end. Is that what you asked? Or did I misunderstand? Did I misinterpret the question? Signal app was used as Brendan was pushing for disclosure from Unetti and Karen Reed. Nothing fishy about it. Right, they use that probably intentionally, probably to hide stuff just so they wouldn't get it. And that was the time they were asking, they were pushing for reporters' notes. And stuff from her dad, and all sorts of things during that time frame. So it's sort of got it's sort of them thumbing their nose at Brennan. It's like, oh, if I had it, I'd give it to you, but Signal doesn't save it. So it's sort of just a way of getting back at him, I think. Anyone have local intel on whether or not the FKR people are less in evidence outside the courthouse this time around? Waga, it's my understanding that it doesn't have the same size of like rally type attendance that the first trial had, but it could very much be because of like the buffer issues, and people just don't want to risk getting arrested. Briz doing the Duolingo on this break. Make sure you add it to your resume, Bree. Sorry, I called you Briz. That's Bree Roz mixed together. Make sure you add that to your resume. Keep your CV updated, peeps. You might as well just go ahead and list fluent in whatever language you're doing, and then go ahead and put this year's date, because you'll probably get that done today or this year. You must appease the owl. Let's see. The buffer zone is very big, and the people that are there to support her would be like a block or two away. Karen asks a great question. I'm not sure if you have time to cover it. I'll cover what I can. I started this channel after 7 months of looking for work. I used to work with the federal government in a top secret SCI position, which I loved, working with computers mostly and the data behind computers. A little bit with logs, and Splunk was a fun tool I was just delving into, which if you know what Splunk is, it's extremely powerful and extremely expensive. Also worked with Tivoli, doing automated monitoring of servers, about 1,600 classified and unclassified servers, just to make sure everything stayed healthy and up and running. And loved my job, but the government made a decision to migrate away from using their own data centers to something on another system. My last job, as a contractor, my last job was to make sure everything successfully moved off the system that I supported onto someone else's system. And that was completed successfully, and that meant I was out of a job. So I went for about 7 months without a job, and every job that I could find wanted me to move to like Denver or Florida or the Washington, D.C. area. All great areas, just I didn't want to live there. I wanted to be where I am right now in North Carolina. And eventually I got frustrated, and I said, I'm just going to stream. I'm just going to live stream today. And my wife said, sure, go ahead, take some time off. And I did. And 13 people watched. And we were watching the Darrell Brooks case. and it was the most fun I've ever had. And I've got a background in computers, video production. I've worked with the television industry. I've done filming for police officers. I've always loved the law. But my background in education, which I do have a bachelor's degree in, is in communications. And so I had a lot of the equipment just to be a live YouTuber, but the only feed, the only account that I had on YouTube that would allow me to live stream, because it has a 24-hour waiting period after you request it, was my Recovery Addict channel, which I used for metal detecting, because I was addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground. So I used that channel to live stream. Long story short, 4 days later, there's 13,000 people in chat. We've got thousands of watch hours. We meet all the metrics for monetization. I'm loving it, and I've been going ever since. But we kept the name Recovery Addict, and it does have double meaning because I still am addicted to metal detecting. I just don't have much time to do it. But I also do have a personal history of addiction where I was addicted to an unhealthy amount of gaming, computer gaming. By unhealthy, I mean literally it was killing me. And, so we support everyone on their road to recovery, whatever their addiction is. And we've got many people here in recovery from various addictions, and we support all of them here. So welcome. And I don't like bugs. So I don't like cockroaches, and I live in North Carolina in a house that was built in 1915. Keeping the bugs out is a daily battle.
All right, Mr. Lessie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess. I'm going to pick up, sir, where we left off. A text stream trigger event does not automatically mean there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't, without more, mean an airbag deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean, without more, that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications in databases, correct?
Sensors and other modules.
That's right. You had said that earlier, sir.
Sure.
Sensors and modules. You reviewed the raw text stream trigger events on Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Do you understand whether, do you have an understanding whether Mr. DeSogra reviewed those events in his March 5, 2025 report?
I do not.
So you did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
Unless he's not doing well on the ASMR with the paper this morning.
Are you aware
Got
that
one correction.
There were approximately 30 text stream trigger events in an 8-month period on Miss Reed's vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Assume the data shows that in the mere 8-month period that Miss Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question, there were 30 text stream trigger events. Assume that. You would not conclude that there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
Would you agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th?
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162-1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162-1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you refer to that as a three-point turn?
I did, yes.
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the three-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162-1 three-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
A trigger event can occur on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could maybe slam on the brakes and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility.
You could have just unusual driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that has nothing at all to do with a collision, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, there are almost countless events that can occur that can cause a trigger event in a Lexus vehicle.
So I don't know the exact count of what type of triggers there are, but yes, there are a
many.
number. Yes.
So back to the 1162-1 three-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to event surrounding that as a three-point turn, correct?
Correct.
And yet that three-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
I do not know, sir.
As you sit here today, none of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself.
Not by itself.
Correct.
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day without more, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to a different topic, sir. In your direct examination, you referenced a Ms. Maggie Gaffney. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And wasn't part of your reference?
We're having some
that
snags.
she did with respect to the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it was.
And, for instance, you criticized her for failing to extract the micro SD card from the circuit board during the initial chip-off, right?
So, sure. So I did criticize for not identifying the micro SD card and subsequently not downloading it, yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will, your bits, bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip, so you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair characterization?
No, it is not.
Did you at all try to use as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word?
Her work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the overlooking of the SD card. Yes.
Right. So you did. tried to lay at her footsteps part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay. So you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Ms. Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake, yes.
All right. I'm trying to understand which is it. Is it Ms. Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Ms. Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, correct?
No, I'm not trying to blame anyone.
Okay. In your January 30, 2025 report, are you consistent with your criticism of Ms. Gaffney?
As I recall, yeah, I believe so, yes.
In fact, you yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip-off, didn't you?
Yes, that it was overlooked.
Right.
Yes.
So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Okay.
And sir, when you get there, if you could let me know, and I will then proceed with questions.
Okay.
So you do attribute to Ms. Gaffney in your report some responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the original chip-off. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir. And bear with me, I want to get you the exact location. I don't have it exactly, but I want to quote it. Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm eating a Quaker, like an oatmeal bar. Granola bar. Mr. Alessi looking for the exact quote. Everyone's hands on deck. Miss Little's probably going to find it, because that's what she does. There's the finger, right there on the page. Here it is. Is that right? Giannetti says, I think I've got it over here as well. Miss Little says, no, it's right here. I'm holding it. Mr. Alessi says, oh, that's it. Thank you. I'll use that one.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now have it. Mr. Burgess, if you could turn to page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at. It's the paragraph beginning when examining vehicle systems.
I do. Yes, I see it.
And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says, at the time of the incident, Burla, and Burla is What? Can you read?
Burla is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software indicating similar modules are supported via in-vehicle acquisition. According to Burla, currently, there are 2 known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data. The infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you stated, Burla is the organization that you described, which for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms and see, you tell me if this is correct.
And we're stuck again.
Where to make it easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract data from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You describe in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No, so I think you're misreading that last sentence, and I can clarify.
Can you read the last sentence, sir?
I can. So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support to address the information contained on the micro SD card?
No, Burla did not and does not.
Good. That I wanted to.
That was my identifier of the micro SD card. Correct.
So it was not until after the initial chip-off that Ms. Gaffney participated in that Burla updated their software to be able to identify the types of data, for Burla software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit board. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip-off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip-off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a USB in to the vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip-off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your questioning. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up, so Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
So he's like, Mr. Brennan, help yourself. Come on up. I think Mr. Brennan is going to give it an effort. And I hope it's a good one, because he's going to need it here. Mr. Lessie packing up from the position he's occupied for the last 6 some odd hours of court time. What does he do?
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor.
Mr. Brennan? things work. Hang on.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you know what a sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that precluded as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
When you were asked about Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number, between 80 and 100.
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Did you ever weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And in this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense?
Yes, I do.
And that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
And in fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October.
Of what year?
2024, sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit 183, please. $183. You could enlarge the top section. Right there is good. And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025?
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And can we have Exhibit 184? Did you further appreciate this would be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases?
I have, yes.
In courts around the country?
Yes, I have.
And when you've testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates in Celebrite and Axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all of the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have professional certification from CCME, Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Do you have professional certifications as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
Do you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did.
Can you share some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There's also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification. That is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
Certified ethical hacker?
No, not currently.
No. It's a good one. You start out locked.
Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or BOSH?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours.
Yes, I do.
Of classes and certification.
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates?
Yes.
Stephen Jobs?
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
You had become engaged in this case in October 2024?
Correct.
Did you have to stop your bachelor's
And when you
studies?
first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data?
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
Attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved in filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected, and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided and not seeing user data like like I would expect, and that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or a telematics or any other module, and there's a number of different data-bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that there was missing data, any suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Your Honor.
Sustained.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Do you remember that?
That was
yes,
a
I
question.
do.
Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake? Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
Okay. You wrote a report on October 10, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes, so I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you...
Can we approach, please?
Okay.
What Mr. Leslie is going to tell the judge here is this witness would never come up with the answer that he's giving after first hearing an objectionable leading question and then being asked a proper question. It needs to stop. He's give this particular witness, he would never get that. He's being fed his lines by Mr. Brennan, and he is rapid fire, 100% being fed his lines on these questions. We'll see where this goes. Interesting that Mr. Brennan basically took the blame for the error in the education component, because Mr. Brennan has to own every word of every motion he files to the court, and he's the one that attached the appendix saying here is this guy's CV. He has to own that, as he was like, and so he gives Mr. Burgess here a pass, but in doing so, he's taking the heat for that, and I think that still has to be addressed.
When you realized your error, what did you do?
Tic-tacs on the table.
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected it with the supplemental protocol, do you remember what date that was?
Not specifically, I do not.
Okay. If I showed you your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Please don't read this, just look at it, and if it refreshes your memory, let me know, and then I'll ask you a question.
Look at it, but don't read
Yes,
the
it
words.
does.
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
If you you're having a problem with a lot of static, you might want to refresh your page. YouTube's been having some issues. Some people get it, some people don't.
And do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not specifically.
Remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
See, he has no idea.
Do you know if it was, whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
Okay. And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate? Objection, Your Honor.
Word it differently. Word it differently.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, was that true?
No, that was untrue.
So you knowingly submitted the flawed report?
When you realized there was an error and put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No.
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
No, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information, regardless of what it is? Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information, regardless of what it says?
No one. So my job is to assist the jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Who's encouraged?
Have you ever been
to
discouraged by
always
me?
provide this? No one.
No, I have not.
The answer was supposed to be, Mr. Brennan, you, sir, told me to be
When you
truthful.
looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photograph before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well, chip-off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip-off, has the software updated?
Yes.
And is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
because again, they're going a different route to acquire data, and they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not, acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case?
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the standard practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there a standard practice
Sure.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they could be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question, so you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The backing up event, are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. DeSorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mr. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both the devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2-second and 1-second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8-second and the 16 or 21-second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2 second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which, if you remember yesterday, we talked about a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection, Your Honor.
No. You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16 it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that, yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSogra were misleading.
When you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please? You were shown this chart. Was this the entirety of Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
I move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So this was triple D for identification. That will be the next exhibit.
Now they're letting all of it in with the proper foundation.
Exhibit 191.
You said as a result of Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report?
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. Where do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, what source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSorga's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the tech stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time wrong?
Up, please. I'm sorry. Up. There we go. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Sure. So that's got the tech stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These tech stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Was that cough?
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? Up a little bit, please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we could see the rest of that. You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance. between, well, so no. So I take that back. That is not an example of variance itself. That is an example of comparing the end of the text stream event to the device lock event.
Is that attempting to compare two different devices?
So that's attempting to, that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the time between the device event lock and the end of the text stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting, that is not with synchronization.
Can we turn to the next page, please?
It's not a variance, it's a comparison. It's not a comparison, it's just looking
Did you
at the time.
review the next page of Mr. DeSorga's report?
Yes, I did.
And did it lead you to any concerns?
This page specifically, yes and no. So this page, again, is just showing the time difference between the end of the text stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is. It's another way of showing the information in that green box, but it is not a clock variance or an adjustment.
Could you turn the page, please? When you read this page, is this a opinion or conclusion?
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the text stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the text stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
Okay, if we turn the next page. Did you have an opportunity to review the next page?
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that two clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
If we could have the next page, please. Any chance to make that a tiny bit bigger, Ms. Gilman? Were you in agreement with this page?
No, I was not.
Tell us what concerned you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury, again, by using...
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Just tell me what your concerns were.
Sure. So my concerns with this, that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
No, I'm going to allow that. That's his concern.
Sure. So that this slide was potentially misleading to the jury because it uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times.
How does it use incorrect adjustments? Explain that to us so it's very basic, please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the next few slides, you'll see. But essentially what they're doing is, or what is being done, is they're comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off. Suggesting that, again, that the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, as well as incorrectly identifying the GPS point when the three-point turn ends.
Will you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
If we could turn to the next page, please. Okay. Is this just a label of what's to come?
It is.
And can we turn to the next page, please? If we could start, Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us. Did you review this information in this box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before we get to your opinions, what does this information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page. Yeah. So highlighted in the red. That's based on our testing where we identified that the ignition on or your finger on the ignition, pressing it, and the engine coming on and the vehicle coming on happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
You were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask the question, please.
Okay. Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report, in your findings?
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the event, so in this case the 3-point turn, what we're looking at is the approximate time frame when that 3-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. And then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the tech stream event and that 3-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3-second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3-second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph in the bottom left, if we could enlarge that, is that as well from your report?
Yes, that is also from my report.
Did we look at that yesterday on your direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
And briefly tell us what that depicts.
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen, and we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman. What was the import of this screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs. It is not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the 3-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the 3-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the 3-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest. As well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So once we adjust that first event to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the second event is also based on that running timer, so it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare, and again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variants will change between devices as they are constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
When you chose the 3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
We turn to the next page, please. Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So, again, this box is a...
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left?
Begin, please.
My apologies. Okay.
Daffy, I use
Please proceed.
a pop
Sure.
out.
So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, and 4:42:06, and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those four first calls?
Yeah, so with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between two iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first five events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event, and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
I'll strike the first part. Ask some questions.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize two separate devices?
Not besides the points I've made already.
Okay. And if we could zoom back on this. The box on the right, is that from your report? Is that Mr. DeSorga?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Objection, Your Honor.
If we could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call, and this is comparing the iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Could you zoom out? that final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No, so I think those times are accurate, but again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance, and it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's, when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call, the call is recorded within the infotainment system, and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report, or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSorga's.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
Can we have the next slide, please? Could we enlarge this? Do you know where this photograph came from?
Yes, so this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct, yes.
Had you seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could focus in a little more, especially the bottom left hand. When you reviewed this, did you feel any need to do further testing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
So what we're looking at, if we zoom back out, so what that is the 12:23:38 is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here we've got a circled GPS point. So if we can zoom in there. So this circle here is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154, and it's hard to see, the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
You mentioned 154 begins recording before the 3-point turn starts.
Correct.
Is the end time of the 3-point turn a time before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the 3-point turn logically would be after this point.
At the time you saw the slide, had you broken down point 154?
No, not at the time that I saw this slide.
Could you zoom back out a little bit, please? The information in the right box, is that from you or from Mr. DeSorga?
That is not from me.
And when you read that, did that compel you to want to do anything?
Yes, it did. So again, my initial thought was to address this during testimony. With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report. What this is, basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time towards the end of the 3-point turn, and now reviewing further data, we know that's not true.
The 12:23:58 event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the three-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
We turn to the next slide, please.
Mr. Brennan is speed running the rehabilitation
part of the report before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. DeSorger's?
This is Mr. DeSorger's.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Okay. Could you explain to us what this, from your perspective, from your experience, what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the tech stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use the pointer, and I want you to take us line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time of those locking adjustments.
Sure. So it's kind of hard to tell. So what we've got is we've actually got two different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event, and those. Let's see. No, that's going to be this. It's hard to say. That's going to be the phone calls and the GPS event that are calculated in this. And it's also done with the 3-second delay as well adjusted. But what we see is, so this obviously +1 is one of the phone calls that were from the defendant's iPhone time, so not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2, the +1, the +2 again, the +8, the +16. And the +20 are going to be those last two calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare, so we're using both within that same time frame. And that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning, so that's not appropriate for the time that we were interested in. And then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the 2021, is that plus or minus 21?
So that is minus 21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the minus 20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the three-point turn. It's right before the three-point turn begins. And the minus 21 is coming from the last phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
The minus 20 and minus 21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be. I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's either way. It's suggesting that the iPhone lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds after the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the three-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments, and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Could we go to the last page of Mr. DeSorger's report? Is this a conclusion offered by Mr. DeSorger?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So based on those inaccurate adjustments, this slide is again kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
You can take that down and turn that off, please, for a moment. After reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization?
Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you told to do about a report?
On May 7th?
Yes.
Sure. So I would finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
And when did you submit it?
May 8th.
And do you know that it was provided to the defense by email on May 8th? Do you know if it was provided to the defense?
Yes, I know it was provided. I don't know when.
Now, if we could have Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint, we can go back to page 38, please. After you explain to us.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we close, please, on scope?
I think we're getting close to lunchtime, possibly after this break. We might, after this sidebar, we might go to lunch. I said Brennan was speed running the rehabilitation of this witness. He's done it in such a way with an attitude that's just like, this is ridiculous. What the defense pointed out was silly. And there's a simple solution to everything. But he's had to lead the witness through it. And it's been objected to and sustained over and over and over again. But the witness is not. He's saying sure, and he's answering readily. But have you counted the number of times he said yes, and then no, or no, and then yes? He's not confident in his answers, and I'm not even sure he understands the questions sometimes. So I'm not sure how well the jury might be viewing this. Celio gifted 5 memberships, and Red Pen gifted 5 memberships as well. Thank you very much, both of you, for your generous gifting. Did you notice the spelling of his name at the bottom of the report? No, let me look back. What happened? Yeah, I'm trying to get it here. Rewinding. The feed has been a little glitchy today. Looking at the report. Is it spelled wrong? I didn't see his name. Cielo. What did I say? Cielo? Did I put a CH in there? Chloe. So close. Cielo. Dang it. What did I say? Josh, I noticed you came back. I noticed. So I've got an Airbnb guest that's trying to contact me right now. Let's see. It has 2 ends at the bottom. Oops. Bug Dugger, the unadjusted clock, gifted a membership as well. Thank you very much. Names in chat are great. They're a lot of fun. Let's see. I missed what I was talking about. This chart right here, just for the record, this one, it's missing a line of data. A whole bunch of zeros. It's missing like I would call it a primary key that shows us exactly what we're dealing with. Every time they show the chart, it's just numbers. It's just numbers. There's no identifiers on there. It's terrible. Terrible chart. Camilla points out that the title for today's video says that it's day 189, and although many of you might say it feels like that, for the afternoon stream, it's only day 19. I fixed it. Thank you very much, Camilla. And Rianne K was first in chat over there. Okay. Yeah, everyone's like, "Yep." That's. It was. I misinterpreted the data briefly. A slight error. It's Trial Day Drift. It's been 84 years. Yes. Check your text. Am I seeing that wrong? It says nothing like it. Let me look at the text. Okay. I can't watch it right now, but I can look at it during the break. Mine says day 19. I fixed it already. It was very quick. Did Burgess do it for you? P. Cooper, this cleanup hitting he's doing right now is not very effective for me. He sounds like he's regurgitating what he thinks he's supposed to say.
15-minute lunch because the reason I was to do here. I thought it would be quicker. It's my fault. So go for lunch and Mr. Burgess again.
Thank you.
All rise, please. Jurors, close the notebook. Follow me.
Jurors go out. We're going to take lunch. It says we need to take care of something. 50 minutes means like we might get some audio here really quickly from the two sides to make a quick argument for the judge before we go to lunch. Let's see what happens. As far as the data goes, I think data is very powerful. Log data is powerful as long as it's interpreted correctly. I'm not sure if I trust it right now. I want to hear more, so I'm going to reserve judgment. I would say after his initial testimony, I was impressed with the data, and I bought it after the initial testimony. After cross-examination, I realized that I had doubts about him as a witness and whether he was credible. Now I want to hear some more people talk about that. DMB is rubbing it in. Already having my lunch. Bite Me says, you don't think it's odd that his name is spelled differently? Buttercup sends butter sugars and hugs to all. Your stream listening. P. Cooper, what was it? Hang on 1 second. I forgot. Did Burgess do it for you, my stream listening? P. Cooper, explain it. Explain it with the crayon. I don't understand. The spelled differently part, I don't know where that was. I cannot find it. I've been rewinding, and I'm not seeing his report. Was it shown on the screen? Was I asleep during that part? I'm backing up. Okay. I don't see where it was shown on the screen. Let's see. If it's a report shown on the screen, it would probably be the defense lawyer who typed his name and spelled it wrong. P. Cooper, I know there's a joke in there somewhere. I'm too tired. My brain is fried from what we've listened to. Looks like we're going to lunch. I'm not hearing anything from court right now. So we have, well, it's a 50-minute lunch, which means we're going to be coming back a little bit later than I'd originally intended. But that's all right. That works. We'll come back at about 1:30 instead of 1:20. And I think we're almost done. Customization. No details. Where's it at? Where's the time? All right. I cannot find it. It's gone. Edit. Entertainment. That's us. Grr. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. No wonder. I'm on the wrong thing. All right. We're building the portal right now. We're going to be going to lunch and coming back for the rest of the day. I think it's going to be spicy again. If we get Dr. Welcher today, I know it's going to be spicy, especially if we can get to cross-examination, which might be a little too much to hope for with the schedule today, but possibly. Where do I find all the KA 2.0 videos? They're just a few in the original folder. KA? What's KA? KA 2.0? Talking about Karen Reed? Daffy says, I don't understand the portal thingy. The portal's just our next live stream, which has to be a separate stream. We have to stop it and start it again for YouTube rules. Well, I wouldn't say YouTube rules. I could go nonstop all day, every day, just one live stream, one big court case. It makes it a lot easier for the rewatch crew to break this up a little bit. But I'm not sure I trust you that we don't have portal shift. Karen Reed 2.0. Let's see if we can get all the videos linked properly to be in the folder. I think I missed some of the indicators that group them all together. We can go back and get those fixed. We can look at live and we can scroll back through all of them and get them all. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again about 1:30-ish. Automatic portal incoming. You can sit right here and the stream will take you to the next stream, which will start at 1:30 or thereabouts. Get about half an hour to get some food, grab a bite to eat, take a little break, stretch, maybe run a few laps, and then come back because we're not done. Karen Reed continues after the break. Have a good one, guys. We'll see you. Bye-bye.